Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes, but if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked. Last sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes, but if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Last sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Hello gamers, welcome in, welcome back, we're back after a crazy week. And also we're gonna jump right in. By the way, good to see you, I'm really happy to be back. Yesterday was an insane week for me with my big work project, which everything went very well, so I'm super excited to have completed that. It took me almost my sanity and a lot of my effort and energy, which luckily this weekend I was able to catch up on because we went away for my mom's birthday, which was absolutely wonderful. But we did miss out on a lot of gaming. So we're gonna jump right back in. Good to see you, everyone. Loftus, congratulations on getting first. I'm reporting you for cheating. Because you know that I was going live because we just come out of a call. That's not fair. Dahlia, congratulations on getting second. Welcome in. Good to see you. Enjoy your daily doggo treat, Dahlia. Thank you for the 4 to 5 treats. Hello, Mina. Good to see you. Mina, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 4 treats. Is this my streamer? Yes, I'm back. I'm black. Blue is a good color on you. Thank you. It really is. I appreciate that. Jill, enjoy your 56 treats. Thank you so much. Lake, welcome in. Thank you for the dance. Enjoy your 58 doggo treats. Mina, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. Glenny, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 43 treats. That's fine. Report me. It wouldn't be the first today. It really wouldn't be the first today because you already got reported by a ghoul earlier. They didn't say why. They just said report. Report the Dwight. Report the Dwight. Kami! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the games earlier. It was an absolute pleasure to game with you in your community. Thank you so much for the raid. I really
rated your
appreciate
channel
it.
with 17 viewers.
How was the rest of your games? I see Puff. Welcome in. Hello there. Good to see you again. How was the rest of your games? Thanks for the games. No, thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun. Coffee, welcome in. Happy Easter Monday. Happy Tweede Paasdag. Welcome in. It's good to see you.
Dimjardo VT followed
Hi,
your
Maria.
channel.
Welcome in. Report that Dwight is crazy. I know. They didn't even say why. Dahlia, we should plan to go out sometime because we live close by. Okay, gamers. You guys have fun. Hi, M. Hi, N. And how is your games today? I saw you were earlier. How are you doing? Happy Tweede Paasdag to all my Dutchies. Happy Easters to those who celebrate. Tim Yardo, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. And thank you so much for the games earlier. I really, really appreciate you giving me a chance to game with you earlier. Welcome in. Gamers, if you came in with the raid and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm an official Dead by Daylight content creator with behavior. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing DBD. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at horses stables. Welcome in, everyone. It was great playing with you. Aw, Commie, I'm glad. I'm glad. It's always a little getting used to, you know, when you're not playing with your regulars. But it was a good time. You were the MVP for real in the games? I don't think so, Maria. But thank you so much for the games. Have you, Loftus was not impressed with this blight in our game, by the way. The amount of saves and save attempts, I could never. You'll get there, gamer. If you play enough, if you play with people that can do it and you watch them do it, you can definitely have a chance. You definitely have a chance. But thank you so much for the games, Maria. Have you played DBD long? You're playing some killer, hitting some crazy orbitals. Please, I'm making people shit their pants. Oh my god, that is so funny. I love that. Sounds like you're having good games, and I'm glad to hear. How has your Easter weekend been? You need to be stopped. It's so bad. No, no, no. They probably deserve it. Hi, Hex. Did you actually change your profile name to that? I saw you were gaming a little bit over the weekend because I did see you hop on. I hope your games have been well, and I appreciate you coming to say hi. TwitchCon 2026 is planned. Wonderful. See you there, Lake. We will see you there. Having loads of time in P100 will explain the high skill. I'm a DBD enthusiast, so to say. Any chance I get, I try to get some games in and plays. I'm still learning. There's a lot better gamers out there, but I try. Yeah, that name is Wild Hex. I agree. You're playing some killer. Oh, you already said that. You're on crack, you swear? You're going Comic-Con Holland as well? Let's go, Lake. You've got lots of events planned. You think I have maybe 200 hours spread over a good few years? Oh my god, I felt so bad. You need to lurk for a bit. Good luck with the games. Meanwhile, yes, Commie, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you taking the community here. Gamers, if you don't follow Commie, please go check her out. wonderful, wonderful content creator from Sweden. Go drop a follow, it's free. It's good to see you. Maria, when you got pulled off of that gen when you were in chase with Wraith, I felt so bad. I'm glad I got the beam safe. We paid a high price for it though, because he didn't like it. You got your ticket for TwitchCon? Let's go. How is HorrorCon? HorrorCon is the coming weekend and it's 11 April. So we have yet to visit Glasgow. Hi, my Joe. Welcome in. Good to see you. How was your weekend? You feel like I'm mainly vabbing and running around having fun with friends while playing DVD? That's the most important thing at the end of the day. Does Loft even make this safe? I mean, yes. You gotta go? Alright, Lake. Thank you for stopping by. I hope your day's going well. Thank you for the dance. Weekend went well. How was your vacation? It's been a lovely long weekend for me. I had a very stressful week. I don't know. Maybe I go for the safe. Maybe I stick the gen. Maybe I stick the gen for now. I mean, only one can go and chase. Maybe Loft's trying to save that Jane. It's possible. Yes. Alright. I'm gonna stick my gen. Yeah, Maria, vibing with friends is the most important thing. If you don't want to lose your mind playing Dead by Daylight. So that's an excellent choice. Bolts, welcome in. Thank you so much for the daily. Enjoy your 24 treats already. Let's go. Thank you so much. Yes, Loftus the Goat is here. Greetings from Sweden. Greetings from Sweden? Hey, yo, Steely, you in Sweden? Let's go. I hope you guys are having a good time. Yeah, the Janes are dead as hell. You did 13 prestiges yesterday? Wonderful, wonderful, Glenny. That's excellent progress. We love to hear it. Joe, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 4 treats. Extremely true. Extremely true. That's the best way to go. You're in Sweden. You got here at 1 a.m. this morning. Oh my god. I hope you had safe travels yesterday. That sounded like it was a long day. He brought his computer this time. That's good thinking, Seely. That's what we like to see. That is some good thinking. Don't forget to say hi to the King of Sweden, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Yes. You will when you see him in LA. Wait, is he in LA now? These days? Joe knows about Sweden. Swedish songs anyway. Yeah, this is a problem. Damn, I didn't have enough space to go around. If I had more space here, 100% he would have been vacuumed into the pallet. Hi Ida, welcome in. Happy Monday, good to see you. How are you doing? I am great, thank you. Hello everyone, hope you're all doing well. I'm really happy to be back. I had a very, very crazy busy week last week for work. Luckily I was able to combine it with a wonderful weekend away with my family, celebrating my mom's birthday. Oh, sorry, I lost. I'm very happy the internet's holding up for this. Why wouldn't your internet hold up for this? I can play some Rebecca for you, Joe. No issue. He lives far away from Sweden. Well, he's still the king of Sweden, though. I'm trying to assemble a table with the wrong screwdriver. I've done one leg in 35 minutes. Shit. Yeah, if you don't have the tools, that's unlucky. IKEA! That's hardly an advertisement for Swedish Swedish equipment, furniture. You're doing good, Ida. I'm glad to hear. Joe, let me play some Rebecca for you. Hold on. Any of my regulars hopping on today? Bro, this build is so old. Like, I've not played Rebecca. I only play Rebecca when we do medics. We only do Rebecca when we do P100 medics. Last stand is baby green apple baby. My goodness. We're gonna have to put some points. It might be miserable. Maybe I don't do this. Let's put on Wiglif and we just chill. Yeah, we can wait a second for you, Jill, if you want to join. I would love for you to hop in. You're at a hotel in India! Streaming internet is supposed to be more. Ah, how is India? Did you have safe travels there? Hi, Azrai. Welcome in. How are you? How's the matches? It's been good games today. Thank you. We're just trying to get back on that grind. And Glenny was already bragging about getting 13 prestiges yesterday. I literally don't have time to game. I have so much to do. Lucky... No, you're full. No. You can join. You're already in. Thank you. Ah, the free internet is not supposed to do streaming. Well, I am glad that it's working out. Jane is almost P50. That's an excellent grind, Sealy. Love to hear. You're good. Beautiful sunny day here. Nice. I'm glad to hear, Azra. It's wonderful weather here as well. India's hot, and yes, 24 hours later. Oh my god. Imagine 24-hour travel to India for work. Couldn't be me. Mina, I hope you have the best time. Please look after yourself. You should do a fun build. Camp Trap, Bada Boom, Champion of Light, and Blast Mine. Sounds like fun. I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna copy the build. There we go. Thank you, Fultz, for the suggestion. Micah, I'm legit gonna pop 3 P100s during anniversary. I've grinded that much. That's how you do it, Glenny. That's it. It's so doable. You get your 3 P80s, and then during anniversary, it's bam, bam, bam. In under 2 weeks, you can do it. You can do it. It's easily done. That's awesome. I'm glad you got to spend time with your family. Yes, me too, Ida. And I really feel like I'm relaxed more now. Okay, I'm glad I popped on that Wiglif last second here. Lucky knows how to deal with a little Victor. Let me sit my ass in a gin. I think I can get 6 P100s this anniversary. What are you working on, Sealy? Hey! Deem, I just got one. I just got one so far, and that is fun. That's good. 1 P100 is good. It's a great start. It's one that you always remember your first... That's lovely to hear. How do I call you? Do I call you Dim? I know that we played games together, but I wasn't sure how to refer to you. You're currently waiting for the turn down service. I said no last night because I was already in bed, but I'm curious to know what it is. Turn down service? If they just fold my bedsheet down, I'll be disappointed. Oh. Okay, that is interesting. You have almost 7 P50s right now? That is excellent progress. Yeah, you can pop several P100s. Dim is fine. Most people do? Alright, okay. Thanks for letting me know. Were you working on getting some prestiges on... that's 11, right? That you were playing. I really like that skin that you bought for their... What are we doing over there? This is pain rest, right? No. Bitch call me Yardo because dim means stupid. Oh, like dim. Okay. Maybe in the future I'll try to P1 all killers you have right now. Good idea. Get your perks unlocked. It'll be a great help when you play killer. To get all the builds you want on anyone. Unlocking those perks is important stuff. Why are we camping? You're blind, by the way, so you don't see the hook? I am there, but she's camping this the fuck. Okay, well, Victor is somewhere. There with Loft. He missed. Oh, she's like literally right there. She's dead. Oh, hello? No, nowhere to hide. Good check, good check. Maybe she just doesn't have eyes. It's possible she doesn't have eyes at all. I feel lag in your controller again? Shit. I thought that was addressed last week. Well, fuck my life, I guess. Oh, third seal? Really? That's why you were blind. Thank you.
Attention alien army.
Oh my god, hacks!
Raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
Thank you so much for the raid! Hi, Tomsy! Welcome in.
Leon's used
We came here
Jockstrap rated
to
your
hack for
channel
your
with
love. We
15
came and hack for
viewers.
your love.
I'm just a baby.
Hacks, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I appreciate you taking our community here. How were your games? How was DBD? You need to update the raid command high key. Listen, Hex, are you actually changed? Have you actually changed your Twitch name to this? I know that this should be your in-game name for the longest time, right? Can we not call you Hex anymore? How was your games? Did you play Survivor? Welcome in everyone, gamers. If you came in with the raid with Hex and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Mike. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official partner of Behavior. I'm a Survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in everyone. Welcome in. Oh. Oh. I mean, I'm just gonna walk out of here GG easy. Thank you. Was that cool? Thank you for the hydrates. And please, I need to stop. It's bad. You listen, it's... You're the one that's gaming, gamer. If it's too much, it's too much. It's on you. What the boys doing? What the lads doing? Maybe. We'll see for now. It's the funniest. The funsies. I need to wait 58 days to change it back. For now, I'll see if I will change or not. And the games were amazing. Wonderful. You played Killer. You got like 3 and 4Ks in a row. 3 4Ks in a row. Maybe for you don't remember, you played Survivor games and they went decent. How are you and how are the games? Wonderful. That's great to hear, Hex. This is second game on, I think. I did play earlier. I played some offline games. I was away the entire weekend, so I didn't get a chance to play at all. So I'm really, really happy that I'm getting to chance to get my games in now. And then I have half a day tomorrow, half a day on Wednesday. We're doing some duos with the wonderful Clove. Oh shit. Yeah. This could be a problem, honestly. Yeah. I'm a 4-man, Hex. I'm a 4-man. Kobe! Oh. Crawl. I don't think you make it, honestly. That's a 2K. Hex, did you see that 2v8 is starting again? We should plan some games. Nice, good job, Lucky. Let me know whenever you're free. Cool, cool, cool. Should a plot twist? You're not here? You're lurking. Then why are we still dancing? Why are we still dancing, Lake? Are you still at work? You saw I Loki sick of 2v8 because who the fuck? Why the fuck do we have why do we have a 2v8 after like a month or two without it? But I'm sure I'm gonna be down for 2v8 games. I'm sure offline or online. I wouldn't mind. I mean, if you want to. Super boons for Lucky. Good, good, good. I was just saying, Hex, if you want to, I'm definitely down to do a collab. Girl, I told survivors to not heal on their hook with a huntress. I will snap you down them. Oh my god, that's the funniest thing, isn't it? That's the funniest thing. You're down? Alright, alright, alright. We planned something. I'll send you a DM. I don't think they could have plot twisted with Victor on, no? Ayo, die for cheese lobby indeed. Someone told me they shed their pants. Oh my god, I bet they did. I'm gonna miss DS because of the lag. Oh. Can you not change to mouse and keyboard? Nah, you play controller on PC as well, no? It is the controller is the problem. You're already on your PC account. Maria, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. We're going comp on these killers now? Nah, we're playing pubs. We're chilling. We're chilling. Oh, they brought corrupt. I'm sick. Huntress. And is this you, be honest? Am I gonna get sniped? Why did she check this gen? I legit thought she checked this gen. Because it was not corrupt. Oh. I mean, there's nothing I can do here. Well, there really isn't. Did I ruin? This is going well. She reloaded, bro. It's Wooden Fox. Shit. Okay. Well. Then I ruined corrupt. Oh my god, this is Boom Get Up. Hold on. Lucky's cooking on something, guys. Yes? Excellent idea, Lucky. I love to see it. Everybody's back up. Everybody's back up. I don't see any. I think they got the ruin as well. Dave, welcome in. Enjoy Daily Doggo treats. Thank you for the 48 treats. Yeah, that was funny. That was really funny. Dave, thank you for the dance. Hey, Drummer Witch, happy Monday! Enjoy your Daily Doggo treat! Thank you for the 39 treats! Days, how's your Easter weekend going? Good morning! Good morning! It's definitely been longer than 21 months, but also doesn't feel like it either. I know, Taze!
It's
Thank you so much for your resub and for your continued support. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the app reviewing
subscribed to your channel for
the free
21
emotes,
months.
the sub badge, and of course the channel 1 multiplier. We'll spin the wheel for your... Are we going for this unhook on Jill or no, are we chilling? She's camping this. No, they got it, they got it. I'm ready to get out of the house. You need some sunshine and fresh air. Do you have such nice weather you're in as well? Yeah, I think Azrai said they had good weather, which is the which is Canada. In the Netherlands it's good weather. Okay, let's see if I can distract here. No, they want Jill out. Oh, unlucky. Oh, DS! That's not unlucky, that was a play! Hold on. Jill's cooking. That is so funny, Jill. Oh my god. Lucky with the hit tank. We're in the boon again. She's checking lockers, yo. She has no TR, guys. It's Wooden Fox. She's still checking lockers. Oh my god, an M1. She's struggling with the shadow step, y'all. No, no, no. Let's see if she checks lockers again. She's not chasing here. Alright, I'll do a gen. You were inside all weekend caregiving and cooking. We have a cool spring sunshine day today. Well, we were a bit as well. Okay, that's good. Good plans. Good to get out there. Yeah, it sounds like you've had a busy weekend. Did you did you cook anything nice? Did you make any like a dish that you enjoy making? She's gonna DC at this rate. I think she still has her eyes on getting Jill. Getting her 1k, we'll see. It's 9 PM and still 30 degrees here. Oh my god. The weather is hot in India. Hot. Weekend was rough, bad mental really, but I'm better coming out of it, I think. Okay, that's good. Gonna be progress from it. Missing time bone since she hasn't been able to come around for 2 weeks, but she'll be here on Friday. Yeah, I can understand that. That's gonna be rough either way. I need to go for a save. Hold on. Yeah, I can imagine, Taste. That's rough. I'm glad you're working your way through it, though. I have to say, I'm going to die. Well, I'm actually going to die. Bro, I just threw this game so hard. Sorry. Yeah. My bad. Where's the boon? No boon? Unlucky. Hang in there, Dace. And I'm glad you're talking about it. You're recognizing it. It will be better. You listened to Real Silly and Plot Twisted? You did. You really did. Oh. MFT? No. Okay. That was such a good shot. I am sick to my stomach. I'm literally, she's anticipating I'm sidestepping that she's gonna throw in a straight line. I am absolutely sick. Your forward check, yeah, I saw. Now she camped this hook so hard. Like she never got a 4K in her entire fucking life. You made orange chicken with jasmine rice, roasted asparagus, and strawberry rhubarb crumble. Oh my god, Drummer Witch. When can I come over and come for dinner? That sounds delicious. I love that. You have plans for the weekend? Saturday with the cow dance at the local farm? Yeah, the koeien dance. We should have ours soon as well at the horses stables. It's really fun. It's really fun. Sunday we're going to Chill Fest to volunteer for a bit, bar shift and then stay the night. Oh my god, this is so bad. Okay, hold on. Nah, she's snuffing the boon. She's late though. Everybody got up. Lee, welcome in. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate you. Yeah, Queen Dance is fun. Volunteer for a bar shift thing. Ah, this is gonna be so good. Is that DS? No, just waste time. Still good. Still good. That's how she got you? That's crazy? That is crazy. I'll take the kip. Ah, this sucks. My heal is so far. Fuck! I should have hit my dead art the way that I thought I was gonna get this!
Something ain't right.
It's not you, you were on Swamp. She wants it bad? I mean, I fucking had an issue with that unhook on Unlucky. That was dumb as fuck. We get entry, discount on food, a credit. I also get to have beer while we're working. Nice. Spending night in Eindhoven and then exploring the city next day. Oh my god, you guys are doing so much fun stuff. I love that. You're restarting, maybe it fixed the input lag? Yeah. You had a salty share on endgame? Yeah, I mean, I bet. They lost their game, right? They were upset. GG's. GG, well played. Good luck. And next match, no rematch. Wheel of Names. Hold on. My dad's bringing me licorice, guys. My dad's visiting. Enjoy the game. That was my dad. He is visiting for a week. Dace, thank you so much for the resub. I don't know why we have an ad here. Here we go. He was giving me some licorice, guys. Jill is here. Yeah, you're the Monopoly guy. Now you really are. Floppy ears. Taze, is there anything you like to see, or are we doing floppy ear random? Nah, did you type that faster than I could say that sentence? Ears. Let's go. Thank you, Taze. Thank you for the continued support. And for suggesting the frog ears. Yes, yes, yes. End of the month in spending. King's Day in Rotterdam? Nice. We have the gig the day after. Yes, we do have the gig the day after. Is it salty? Let me taste. Yeah, but it's like soft. It's zachte zoute drop, denk ik. Honingdrop best one? I don't know. I like my salt. Ja, heel lekker. Very nice. You were looking for a hotel in Haarlem, but you couldn't find anything? Really? You couldn't find anything, like there was no hotels, or there was nothing available, or there was all expensive? Nee, drop is niet lekker. It's such a Dutch thing though, Taze. Expensive? Yeah, okay, that's, yeah. The closer you get to Amsterdam. Yeah, drop is good. I like licorice too. Good luck. Glenn, are you messing with me? Are you just saying general good luck? Or did you actually get us? Especially because it was midweek? Yeah! You shouldn't expect for like a random, like a Monday or Tuesday evening. I mean, I suppose you would want to stay the Tuesday after the concert. It would be bad. Maybe it's unlucky for King's Day, but also, I'm saying like literally, it could be the closer you're to Amsterdam, the more you get fucked. $130 ping. That's not Glenny. You were looking for Tuesday after the concert? Yeah, it makes sense. You dodged, I can't lie. What, you don't want to take on Die for Cheese? Why would you say that? Absolutely not. Look like it's gone down a bit. It was 200. Now it's 150. It could be King's Day related. It could be because you tried to book it during Easter that it was more expensive. But yeah, 200 plus for a night? I wouldn't. Deadlock? Is it a little deadlock? Okay, but what if the killer's name was Cheese? Yeah, that would be funny. But there's no way to know, Mina, until after we get out of the game. But there would be a chance that we're actually dying for Cheese. Yeah, gamers, for those of you, I don't know if you saw the stream schedule for this week. It's going to be a short one because I am leaving for Glasgow on Friday morning, early morning. For HorrorCon. One of you dies, then you'll sacrifice for Cheese once you know the name. Okay. Sounds like a plan. It looks like it's Jill again. Holding. Oh, holding. Okay, so they like the back ref, even though they have 150 ping. That's fine. Mina, I don't know if you know, that is Hex Lover that changed their Twitch name. They can't curve? Nah, you're too good. You're too good. Where's this hook? Yeah, so it's a short stream week again. Because we have today. We have Wednesday. Thursday I have to go to the office, and Friday... Nice. Friday morning I'm leaving for Glasgow. Lucky. I need a pallet or something. Nice. Nah, he just swung. Damn. Oh shit! There were several things that happened here. Either the DS ran out, or Jill believed in the pallet save, and I don't think, Loftus ever got the prompt, honestly. You missed! Oh no. There was too much pressure. There was too much pressure. You heard earlier, but I wasn't sure which hack. Now I know. Okay, good, good, good. Such a jet set lifestyle. This month has been crazy. Although I have to say, I worked 22 hours between Thursday and... No, 24 hours between Thursday, Friday, and Saturday morning. I am flying back on Sunday morning early after HorrorCon. Because I do have the Alt League Fem World Cup with the Dutch team against Eastern Europe. Nice, Jill got it this time. That is happening on Sunday at 6 p.m. And it's streamed on Siren's channel. But I'll send the link in chat later. That was the third and sad outcome. Yes, it was, Sealy. It really was. Hi, Fowler. Welcome in. How are you? How was your weekend? Are you getting some games in, Fowler? Are you enjoying Blood Moon? It ran out? Shit. So it was a save then. Hi, Lucky. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 24 treats. Why is it always Jill? Is it because they're Sable? The chase on Pinhead have been so good the last 2 days. I saw your clip on TikTok, Glenny. Those chains. We're so good. Deadlock, okay. Always save it for the next hook. Okay, okay, good idea. Courtney edited it for you. I love that, Glenny. Courtney is such a trooper. She's sending me all the tourneys, all the DVD tourneys that she finds on Twitter so I can register for them, and I'm loving it. I'm so appreciative of how she picks up these things. That's so wonderful to hear that she edited that for you. It was a really good one. You have a twitching eye? And that sucks. I'm sorry. The one over the desk on Midwich was your favorite? I love them all, Glenny. I love them all. Hey, Fire. How are you? Why do they constantly want Jill? Jill, what are you doing to these people? She's super helpful and wants to see people she likes grow. She has a good heart. 100%. 100%. No save this time. Almost 4 million blood points. Let's go. And that's what we like to see. I'm gonna spend them on Dwight. Let's go. How far along are you on your getting your P100 Dwights? Fur, how are you? How is your weekend going? Did you manage to, Oh. How is working life? You're working right now, right? Until you get another chance to apply for the medical studies? Twice on P10? Let's go. Yeah, I don't know about this. This is the Candy Sable treatment. That's why I bring my bills like this. Yeah. You're good? Preparing soon? Some mate? Oh, nice! Oh, fuck. I need to go in. If he doesn't camp this hook, if he goes for loft, I need to go for the unhook. Shit! I'm late! I'm so late! Drop him, drop him, drop him, drop him, drop him. Okay. Okay. I don't know, guys. I don't know. P13? Let's go. Excellent progress. What are we doing? We're going back? I think this is the 3K here. Altruism. Yeah, this is GG's. We got a 3-man out from that. Like, what? What am I watching? Well, gamers, GG's. That's an excellent display of power and skill. We're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna do it now, so you don't have to miss anything. I apologize for the ads. Please bear with. We'll be right back. That is wonderfully played. GG's. GG's. Excellent, excellent portrayal skill. You're good preparing some math attack and study. Okay, that's good. You spent all night looking into a topic and studying it in depth, so I could later bring it up with the doctor and argue that I was wrong, but in the end you were right. Oh my god, big W for wonderfully done. That is so good. You don't get ads for. We already discussed this, right? I'm sending a TikTok to you. It has the ranking killer filter for DBD. You might like it to do, but the way you can save the fill. Okay, show me, Anne. I'm interested to see and learn. The first time your DS ran out, the second he picked, and that's why I used it in the last chase. Timer's low. Yeah, oh my god, like that was. We made them a Henry main to hit everyone. Maybe. Nah, that was excellent gaming. I think it's a good luck. Frog ears. You think it's luck because frog ears? Could be. Oh, for not get the ads. Who was the person that said that they never had an ad in my channel ever? Tunneling the DS plot twist Sable? W. Now what is this name change? Oh, I didn't see. Was there a name change? You never have ads? I think there was more people that said that they never had ads. Oh, and I'm sending a TikTok? Yeah, and are you like copying your comments? Because I literally read yours just a second ago. There's a lot going on in chat. Sorry, I'm not able to keep up every second, but I'm seeing your messages. Corrupt again. Yeah, I said love to see it. I'm interested to learn about the TikTok that you're sending. Thank you so much for thinking of me. Oh. Jill again? Dutch has got to stick together. We do, we really do. I'm glad we met. Me too, Anne. Me too. That's DMS over there. I saw that. You're gonna make me cry? Why? You said you were glad we met, and then I just said, so do I. I am glad that we met. You're back? Alright, Fur. How is your mate coming along? When people feel mutual, I cry. That's okay. Hi, Safini. Welcome back in. How are you? Happy Monday. Thank you so much for the daily treat. Enjoy it. Enjoy. Thank you for the two treats. Of course. You're doing good. How about you? I'm glad to hear. I am doing well. Thank you. Oh, I am also maybe doing a gen over here. Let's not get in the mix over there. I do gens. I can do gens. Good. Today is 13 grades. Ah, okay. That's good. That's perfect, actually, no? I'm doing great, Steffi. Thank you so much. I had a really busy week last week. I only had a chance to do one stream last week on Monday because of a really big work project. I was able to wrap it up, bring it to a successful close. Ah, do you think he's coming here? I think he's going for the pickup. Yes, he did. So I was really happy with that, but it took a lot out of me. Physically and mentally, but luckily I had a weekend away planned with my family for my mom's birthday. So I had a really, really wonderful Easter weekend to recover. Oh! Lucky with the big brain plays, guys. Does he have Soul Guard as well? Nah, that's so funny. Which unfortunately I didn't have time to game over the weekend, but we're back now, so that I'm really happy with. And it's been a good week, yeah. Super busy for work. This is Pain Res again. But a wonderful weekend, and I'm glad to be back. We're looking forward to another good week, because it's only 3 working days, and then Friday I fly to Glasgow. I'm going to HorrorCon on Saturday. Super exciting. Lucky's meter is going. Are we camping? Like, what's happening over here? 13 Celsius? Yeah, I understood. I understood, Fur. That's great. Sorry, I've legit clocked out. I always do with this killer. Literally could care less. That's fine, love. That's fine. I want to say that a cold day is perfect for a hot mate, but it could sound weird. A hot mate. Because it reads like a hot mate. Is that why? I like it though. I knew what you meant. They only have eyes for the sable. Loft is done. Loft is done, guys. Drummer Wits, thank you so much for the lurk. Have a good afternoon. I hope Ubering goes well and that you get a chance to recover a little bit from your busy week of caretaking and cooking. Gonna get some food, be right back. Okie dokes. Yeah, puns. Yeah, but also like spoken language versus like written language, I suppose. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Myers, it's so much fun, Glenny. It's so much fun. Is there a Jen in this house? Yes. I never say Mate in our stream rather than here. Yeah. I mean, you have to know what you're talking about, right? And I mean, I've been to South America, so I know. And obviously I know that we talk about it, but yeah, I can understand that people don't know. I don't think a lot of people in Europe have even ever heard about it. You made a Myers DC the other day on this map? Really? It's a Miguel. A Miguel? Yes, it is a Miguel. Guys, I'm very lucky today with dinner. My husband is downstairs. He's got a Warhammer tournament arranged with the lads. Oh, that's a Mori. You got hit through a pallet? I gotta go. And they are ordering food! Guess who gets to chip in on this food order for dinner? C'est moi. There's 2 gens over here with progress. That is so unlucky. I gotta go. I ran into everything! I'm so dead because of the things, bro. I'm sick. That is so annoying. I just can't focus right now. At least the confusion is funny. Yes, that is true. That is true. Bro, this was so dumb. Like, so dumb. I ran into a wall, into a plant, into another wall. And now I'm dead. I'm sick. You've been thinking of getting into Warhammer, you know? I think it's a great hobby, Glenny. I think it's a really great hobby. The thing is, though, I think the reason why my husband's enjoying it so much is because they have a group now that they play with frequently. So he's got the rugby boys into it. So there's like... They're downstairs. There's 9 lads playing Warhammer now. So, you know, if you know a few people... that can play. Oh my god! It's always gonna be a good time. It's expensive, I can tell you that. I mean, it depends on how many armies you want to buy. Painting the miniatures puts you off? Really? I mean, you can make it as complicated as you want it. Oh, I'm gonna get Mori'd. I forgot. Yeah, I think it's time to go, gamer. Lucky with the DC. I mean, I'm gonna dead hard into his Mori. Let me dead hard into the Mori, and then Loft can get Hedge. How about that? Oh, they have a group of your nerves? I mean, Glenny, then you definitely have to get into it. Even if you're not interested in doing the painting, because you can make that as complicated as you want, or as easy as you want it. Loftus is gonna yell at me if I don't leave for Hatch right now. So let me hide somewhere. Hi Sven, welcome in, how are you? Sven, what are you gaming these days? Are you on the Blood Moon? Are you on Peak? Anything else interesting? Kingdom Come Deliverance at the minute. Oh, I hope it's a good time. Kind of girl moment. Maybe Fur. Maybe. Let's listen for Hatch. It did. It's here. Did you hear it? I heard it. Did you guys hear it? I knew it was here. GG's. Let's go. You heard the clunk? Yeah. That and making a lot of cookies. Ah, you must have been slugged twice, Lucky. Is that why you had a chance to get out there? I have to play someone else. Joe, thank you so much for picking Rebecca for me. Let's switch it out. I am changing to Yui. I'll go with we'll make it for now. We'll see. You made some chocolate orange cookies. That sounds delicious. He said easy, like we're playing an old league. Easy? Okay, gamer. Prime them, contrast them, GG, easy. Yeah, I think there's ways around the painting if you're not feeling it. Yeah, literally none of us were sweating. I'm here for points, not wins. Exactly. You have 5 armies that are unpainted and not built. Started to build your Dino Boys, then got overwhelmed. Yeah, Glenny. Len, my husband, has so many armies, but he loves the painting, but he's still catching up. And then if you want to get more into painting, you can. Your Sable has 296 cakes left out of like 1400. I know. I'm also like, I feel like I'm running out. I had 7,000 cakes after last year. How am I under 200 for Yui? Like, what do you mean? Granny, welcome in. I hope you're well. Happy Monday. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you're well. I already said that. Sorry. I'm very repetitive. Wesker? For me? Oh, with lethal? I'm so dead, by the way. Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Bro, he's got the training wheels. I don't know where I'm going, by the way, so yeah, GG. Yeah. I'm not locked in. I'm not locked in for any of these games. Like, literally. I play too much? Maybe. Maybe I do. You gotta lurk. I'll be studying, but I respond to the word mate. I will not hear anything. Alright, have a good study, Fur. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. I got GG easy, but I won without a single gen done. Yeah, but that's... People are like... That's the only defense they have, right? Because if they get rolled, if they say GG easy, then it's like... As if they didn't get rolled. Nah, I love just sandbagging. You still have 1 cake? 1k? 1,000? Shit. That's so good. Yeah, I need it to be anniversary again, but I wonder, guys, the more and more I think about it, the more I wonder if they're gonna actually bring back cakes. The more I think about it, I'm actually wondering if they are going to bring back cakes. Okay, this is not a good spot to put a fucking spraying can. Because someone's gonna try and drop the pellet early and pick up the fucking can. Cake is the best offering. I know. The more and more I think about it, the more and more I am wondering if they will actually bring back cakes. You have quite a lot of cakes left on Survivor. That's good, Glenny. That's good because we can stack. Do you think you'll be staying into as much as you're into DBD right now? Do you think you'll be staying into that when the blood moon is gone? I should not be getting in this mix, by the way. This is a mistake. He left loft. He didn't even get injured. If you make my Westcoast DC, you know the price, right? You're almost out on Xenobite? Yeah. That's the annoying thing, right? The characters that you love to play, you're gonna run out on stuff on them. Same for me, like. Yeah, it could be, Sven. It could be. It could not come back. Hi, Mr. Fox. Happy Monday. Welcome in. I have like 500 cakes on Meg alone. Who is your main? I don't think I'll ever be able to get rid of them in time. I mean, you can use them at any time. I think you'll be able to use your old cakes. I just don't think... I think there's a chance they might not be bringing back cakes. I mean, he's going for trick shots. That one is gonna get clipped. Well, that sucks, doesn't it? Yeah. I'm gonna get clipped too. Not yet, though. Well, GG's. Oh, wait. Nice, waiting it out. I don't have time for this. Once Blood Moon is gone, I'm gonna take a wee break to finish Retro Rewind and Lost Records. Also, Pragmata will be out, and I'm excited for that game. You took the hit for them? Really? Because it looked to me like you dodged, like they dodged, and you got hit by that. You did take the hit, 100%. I don't know why I do these dumbass things. I guess I'm bored. Hello. Hold on, I have to order my food. Thank you. Okay, Greek food for dinner. Excellent. Is Lucky already over the games? Do you think I can make it through these fucking bars? Wait, he died in the boon. Oh, do you want some Wiglip with your boon? Oh, he opened the gates. That's a Blood Warden play. Bro, he thought he was getting a Blood Warden. That's why he opened the door with Jill on the floor. That was a Blood Warden play. I'm telling you. He was thinking Blood Warden. It's gonna be a 4-man out. Greek food is good, it really is. Best not be ordering any raw fish. No, I went for meat. I went for meat. Show me the Blood Warden. Show me. Bro, I am so not... It's not Blood Warden. They were over it. I don't know. GG's. I don't know what's going on anymore. Paigey, welcome in. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. I'm not getting any value from this build. You did it in the boon on purpose? Of course you did. But the fact that he didn't pick was opmerkelijk is the word that I'm looking for, Jill. It's opmerkelijk. One more, then I must go to the shop. I'll be back after a match or two. Don't forget about me. Alright. Remarkable. Yes, thank you, Jill. That's exactly the word I was looking for. I'm changing this to botany. I mean, maybe I just need to do gens. I don't know. It's just not a... It's just so... I'm so bored without Last Stand, you know? I don't know. Dylan offered to go to the shop for you? Oh, that's so nice. Sometimes it's nice having kids. You have wonderful kids. What do you mean? Yes, W kid. W kid indeed. Who's in chase? What are we facing? Locks in chase. Baba! Okay. Okay. I'm not mad about it. Oh. He changed to Lucky. I think Baba thought that he had caught Lucky out of place. I don't think they knew what they were dealing with. Honestly, I don't think they knew. Sorry, I'm just eating the licorice that my dad gave me. It's too good to leave it. It's too good. He doesn't know what he wants. He's on jail now. I don't think, Lenny, I don't think I ever order fish when I'm at a Greek restaurant. I think I always eat meat. That's, I don't know about Greek restaurants in UK, but in the Netherlands, I think they mostly serve dishes with meat. They'll have a dish or two with fish. But yeah, generally they serve dishes with meat. I'm trying to remember when we were in Greece, right? In January, we were in Crete for a month. I think they had both, but I think because Crete, it's an island, right? So they will have a lot of fish. If he clogs Jill here. Oh my god, infectious fright. Bro, I don't have my last... Oh, it's bad, man. Okay. Holy pain res! Why am I always running into things? Pop pain res. He's gonna snuff the boon here. He's gonna bamboozle this. Yes. Bro, how many charges does he have on that thing? Oh. Well. Bamboozle again. What do you mean, game? I'm off to bed. Night night. Alright, Mina, thanks for stopping by. Have a good night and good luck this week in India. Hook now. I'm gonna get camped to death, by the way. Yes, I am gonna get camped to death, by the way. What? Gen Rush? Okay. W Gaming. Points? I don't know how you do it, Loft. I can barely get myself to moonwalk. Never mind, like, change direction and stuff. I don't even know. Like, if I get a chance to moonwalk? Yes, he knows. Then I kind of have to try and hold it. How does he do that? I'm Okay, I'll go. Yes, medkits, I'll go. More medkits, yes. GG's. I think it could have camped me to death there. We had a very good early game. Lop took first chase, into Lucky taking chase, into Jill taking chase. That cost him the game. That cost him the game. I got ratioed again. I'm getting ratioed again on the points. These gamers are just too good. We're almost at 5 mil again. I'm gonna have to decide where I'm gonna put the points. So I have Meg at Sif at 70, Dwight's 35. Let me see what I decided, who I was working on. I was gonna work. I made a little notes for myself. I was working on Megan. Oh yes, Talita, but I think she's... Talita's 50 already. I was gonna save Renato for anniversary. Dwight, Adam, and Aurella. I don't think I've put points into Aurella yet. I'm not gonna lie. It might have to be Dwight though. Yeah, Loftus knows. I was thinking Dwight. Oh, GG. Somebody stunned him and they left. That's funny. No, why me? I just died. Yeah, I just died. GG's. You're back in chat while I attempt to put in your bald spot hair. Peace clips. Oh. Well, I'm glad you've got some clips for it. I can imagine that having to deal with hair loss, or like even if you feel like it's thin somewhere, that's something that feels frustrating. But it's good to have some ways to deal with it, like little clips. Are you doing some Ubering later? Or did you already do some this morning? That looks like Friends. Yeah, he has friends. I figured. Well, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate for several reasons. First of all, I'm not going to be able to dodge this. GG. Second of all, I will be now Death Hook. Oh my god, he's got like eruption or surge or something. Lucky is lost a friend. And furtive chase? That's nasty. That's nasty. Let's see who's gonna be Lucky's friend. It's Jill. Jill is the chosen friend, and I got pain res. See what we can do here. Jill takes Chase away from the gens. Love's going for the save. Jill's gonna try and die in the boom. If he gets distracted because of this unhook, he does not. It could have been an unbreakable play. Alright, Love's Jill's friend. He was just as fast as your sprint burst? Yeah. That's the thing with Clown with the yellow bottles, right? That's the big complaint. Let's see who's Loft's friend. It's me. It is me! And I'm gonna die. Yep. There's nothing that you can do about it. Maybe we wasted time. I'm just pre-repping this. Fuck everything. They're on 3 different gens. Love's my friend. But they're going for Lucky, who was injured at the gen. Let's have a look. Lucky has another hook to give. They're waiting out friends. Jill had a gen that was this gen. I think it got surged. It may have gotten surged. Enough time wasted. They get the last gen here. Loft's gonna get exposed. And he's not going for the gate. And he's not with Loft either. Okay, they outran the exposed. Yeah, if they keep running, it's 2 men out. The door's right there. GG? I don't know why you wasted so much time. Either going for the injury on Lucky or the friends on Loft. Well played. Well played. P100 Clown. GG, well played. It was Surge. Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. Is Granny also streaming? It is Monday. Only is streaming. Right, I was checking if I put points into Aurelia yet. P15? No, none. You've missed Dwight, you know? You happy playing Dwight again? That's so good to hear. Dwight's movement's nice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll have a P100 Dwight by anniversary. But like I was saying, I don't know if they'll be launching new cakes. But either way, I'm assuming they'll understand that we want it to be a Bloodpoint fest, just as we have for Blood Moon. And that they'll do something of a multiplier, and even if they don't bring back cakes, you know, since it's been 10 years. Even if they don't bring them back, we still have enough cakes to be stacking to get good points during anniversary. Blights. With lethal? No. Not with lethal. It's not Undying. Nor Ruin. What are we thinking? Is it a 4 slowdown Blight? A little grim pain res eruption. Dissolution. Okay, well he's on a pellet. Jill is there. And didn't get the prompt. That's GG. There's your that's not pain res, is it? Was that pain res? I think so. Good effort, good effort. It was pain res. Wow, nice curve. What is this skin? Is it a Blood Moon skin? Probably. Bro, power struggle with an 8. I'm putting it on, and that's final. Why are we camping? Mr. Blight? Why are we camping? Nice. Deadlock, there it is. It is a like a full. I mean, it's got dissolution. But it's pain res deadlock. Dissolution and something else. There it is. DMS is the last one. There was the last perk. 3 slowdowns and dissolution. I wonder if they'll still be playing Blights when the changes come through. They've announced a massive nerf to Blight during the stream last week, which was cheered upon by many players. A lot of killer mains are upset about it, that it's going to be too much, I think. I think most people are excited. Yeah, they're nerfing Blight, Mr. Fox. It's gonna get tested in the next PTB. And then let's see what makes it to live. Yes. It's a well-deserved nerf and a long time coming. Yeah. I think he found the boon. He did. Fuck me, Maru. Oh, he didn't give shit. I mean, the meta changed all the time. I don't get why people get upset. Nothing stays forever in DBD. Yeah, that is true. Nice. I think we have 2 gens with progress here. Let's see if we can get them done before we get another hook, and then we have a good chance of getting the whole team out of this game. I mean, they played fair. They're not tunneling. It's the 3 slowdowns on Blight, though. Oh! Yeah, that hits. That's fine. Yeah, I get taken out of the game here. And he knows about the Dead R2, so it's right now. It's looking like a GG. Was that it? No, that's not enduring. That's not possible. Where am I going? Like, literally. Oh, okay. You gave that to me for free. I'll take it. I'll take it. We got a 3-man out. Nice. We're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna do it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We will be right back. Thanks everyone for hanging out today. I'm really happy to be back, and I appreciate y'all coming to hang out. There we go. GG's. GG's. Login reward for the day. I don't know what happened. I must have been so tired from work. I was away this weekend. Nah, I think I know what it was. So I brought my gaming laptop, right? Thinking that I would have energy and time to play some games. I ended up playing Horses of Hoofprint Bay, one of my new favorite games, for which I got a key to play the demo, and I'm still really invested in it, so I'll be continuing to play that. W game. The Blight game or the Horses game? The Horses game is a W game. The Blight game also was a W game. And I played some Palia just to get my dailies, get my bundles. Hey, Sloomy! GG, well played! That was a good game. Played fair. I hope you're getting good points for today's games and that the Blood Moon is treating you well. I appreciate you stopping by. And then when I actually opened my laptop, it turned out that DBD hadn't updated yet. And the Wi-Fi was not very good in the house. So that's why I didn't end up ever playing DBD during my weekend away But now I realize that I missed on 2 dailies, and that is quite unlucky, because that's free blood points. We never say no to free blood points. You literally can't say no to free blood points when you're on a P100 grind. So, that's a bit unfortunate. Otherwise, I would have done at least the login. The daily login. To get my rewards. Well, it's good points again today. I'm glad to be back. That we're stacking them cakes. And that I can soon put another 5 mil into one of our survivors that we're working on for P100. A Wesker for me? Whoa. Wait, he has nowhere to hide. Wait, what do you mean he has nowhere to hide? Told you. It's Kick Gen C, people. Yeah, I'm not there. Oh, he finds Jill. Sorry, Jill. Let me not be here. So you can loop in peace. Oh, no looping. Was that a spicy? Did you actually see a spicy there? Where are we seeing this spicy? This is a doll. Was it here? I don't think I actually made it all the way over here. It's not Ruin if there was a spicy. Hold on. The doll. Well. Yeah, GG. I die corner. It looks slightly red, that's because of the grass, right? Well, unfortunate things. Thank you so much for the follow, welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. I hope you're having a great day.
It's Miss Masha followed your channel.
I don't think it's pain res. I think Jill was trying to die in the boom. Maybe if we distract. That's a dead art. That's a dead art if I ever saw one. Loves going in to take hits. Oh my god. Okay, so Surge. Oh, he just... Yeah. Pop! I mean, who needs pain res when you got Pop and Surge? Oh. Oh my god, was that Goo? Holy hell, he almost hit that as well. Okay. Fuck my dead arc, bro. Hi, Sunny. Welcome in. Good morning. How are you? Happy Monday indeed. Happy Monday. How has your weekend been? He contemplated that boon for a second. And then he decided to leave it. You think? I need to take off Dead Art. It's not a Dead Art kind of day. I'm putting on Power Struggle. Fuck it. It was alright. How was yours? It's been really good, Sunny. I had a really rough week with work. I had a big project to deliver on Thursday and Friday. Like, I had a big event. I have a spray, Lucky, if you want. Why won't it accept the spray? Anyway, it was exhausting, but everything went very well. I'm very happy that it's over. Huh? Lucky's just chilling. And then I was very lucky that I got a chance oh, it's nowhere to hide. I forgot. To go away, right? We had planned a weekend away with my mom for her birthday, so I had a lot of time to recover. I did a lot of sleeping. Just no time for gaming, but it was really wonderful to be with family. To be outdoors, to have this relaxing time. So it's been a really wonderful weekend, and I'm also very happy to be back now. Back to gaming, back to streaming, hanging out. So proud of you. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was, that project had me like up at night, but it's finished now. It was successful. I'm happy. Oh, he's right back onto loft. And he's back onto me. I don't know where I'm gonna go. Okay, does he have his thing back or... Oh, this is a shitty tile to be going against the Wesker on. He tried it, bro. He tried it. Yeah, Shaq's gone. No regrets. Well, I just died. GG's. And Dead Art just like... It's in my build, but it doesn't do anything. Love to see it. I'm taking it off. It's not a Dead Art kind of day. It's like, it's there, it's active, you press it, and then you flop down, face down on the floor in the dust. It's like, it's miserable. Taking it off. I've had enough. Question, does DBD still do the mini events where everyone's perks get randomized, or 2v8? Yeah, 2v8 is really big still, Mr. Fox. 69 Shaq pellets. 2v8 is really big. They're doing it every 2 months, basically. I'm lying. It's more like once per quarter. And it's coming back. It's already been planned, and I love 2v8 personally. I'm really looking forward to it. Chaos Shuffle is also still a thing, where the perks were randomized. It's just, it's not as popular as 2v8. You're new to DVD. What does Wesker do? I probably spelled it wrong. You almost got it right. It's Wesker without the H. So he's from Resident Evil. He can what he's doing right now, that's his power. He can dash at you. If you get grabbed by a dash like that, you get infected. You can see on the left that Lucky has this red ring around their name. They're fully infected with Ouroboros, which slow them down. You can see on the right the icon, the 4% hindered. That's from the full infection from the Ouroboros that Lucky got from a grab in his power. So that's why you have these, you'll see on the right here a little spray can on the floor. You can use the spray to get rid of the infection. And you'll find them in chests. You can see the white blocks, the white chests across the map. That's where you can get a spray from. And a spray has 2 servings, basically. The infection of the Ouroboros resets. As you can see, Lucky has been unhooked and he no longer has the red ring around his name. It's in white now. As the infection is progressing again from the start. Oh. Now he eats all the pellets. Nice. Egg. Nice. Good patience. And the stun. Let's go, Loft. That's my duo, everybody. He's a gamer. Oh. He was around the corner. Oh, nice. Is Wesker hard to verse? And does Wesker know where you are if infected? I don't think he gets Killer Instinct from infection. He gets Killer Instinct if you spray yourself to get rid of the infection. You don't get Killer Instinct if I spray another person that's infected. You have a lot of questions? That's alright. I love to talk about Dead by Daylight anytime. And are they hard to verse? For me, Wesker is my favorite killer to verse, Masha. It's because of the dashes. Like, the dashes are in a straight line. So you can kind of, if you remember that he has 2, you can kind of dodge his power. By like changing direction. So if you're running in a straight line and you can see him pulling up his power, if you make a sharp turn, he's not going to get you on the first dash. If you have another opportunity to make another sharp turn, you can dodge the second one as well. If you're going into a straight line after the first dash, you still have a chance to dodge it. If you sidestep the dash, basically. I wouldn't say he's hard to verse, just most of his players are boring and like the tunnel a lot. Welcome
I have
in.
a bad
Thank you
yeast
so
infection.
much.
Followed your channel.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. Happy Monday. I don't know if Wesker specifically likes the tunnel a lot. Maybe that's Love's experience. That's okay. You see a lot of Wesker is a very popular killer. That kind of people get thrown off because they verse them a lot. Oh shit. Can I still change? Ah, fuck. I still have Dead Hard. I'm annoyed. You played on release, you got scared, haven't played since. I can imagine, Masha. It's a very overwhelming game. However, you want to try start playing it again. I got the Lara pack as I love Tomb Raider. That's a good choice. Lara is a really wonderful survivor to play. I personally love playing Lara for the movement. I don't like the voice lines. I'm kind of hoping Behavior one day releases an option where you can turn off the voice lines. You like learning things? I appreciate it. Heaps. Of course. No, I love to talk about Dead by Daylight. You're welcome to hang out here and like learn and ask. We'd love to have you. I think this is just one where they want you to read the name. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I didn't. I mean, my bot did, but... Oh, Blight. Uh-huh. I do not know how this is gonna turn out, everybody. At the minute, I'm just holding W. Well, fuck me, I guess. You play Phasmo, that's not scary, but I think it's the chasing that scares me. I've been playing for 4 years, and the chases still scare me. There's nothing wrong with that. Hi, Pretty, welcome in. Happy Monday. Vrolijk Pasen, how are you? How was your weekend? Thank you so much for the daily doggo treat, the 56. Let's go. How am I doing? How's games been? I'm good. I'm good, thank you so much. You really like the perk randomizer, Mr. Fox? It was your favorite? The first round, it was my favorite as well, but it's been so sweaty and killers have been so toxic on the Chaos Shuffle. And then in endgame they go, well, I have to be sweaty because I didn't get my perks. And then we go, well, then play normal if you want your own perks, but it doesn't seem to catch on. So yeah, net goed van, terug van K3. Oh my god, was it good still? Do these girls still know how to sing? I'm doing well, thank you, Pretty. I've had a really wonderful weekend. I've been recovering from a rough work week, but I had a long weekend to do so. That was pain res. Do you think they'll be back, Lucky? No, they're on loft. I'm happy to be back to gaming. What survivor are you playing today? This is Yui. She doesn't really look like this, because I kind of use this hair, but it's kind of a little bit unique to her. But yeah, this is Yui. I think I see her being played a bit. I think you see a lot of Yuis, generally. People enjoy playing Yui. I know a lot of people that main Yui, I'd say. Well, I guess I need to go and help out over here for a save. Why are we camping? Resurgence? Nice. Is she your main, or are you well versed in a lot of survivors? So, if you ask me, between survivors, there's no difference. So, there could be a little bit of like the way they feel when you play them, like movement wise. People say they have a preference, but generally I don't think there's a real difference between the survivors. Killers, it's a different story because killers have different powers, different movement speeds. For killer, I didn't think there's definitely an impact. I think for survivor, there's not really a big impact. Yui is not my main. It's just one of the characters, one of the survivors that I have a lot of offerings, cake offerings on right now. You'll see here on the right that we're all bringing cake and BPS offerings. That's because we're stacking in a 4-man, and we will get extra points if we bring these kinds of offerings. And that's kind of why we're playing together, stacking these cakes. And because I still had 200 cakes on Yui, I've decided to play her today. I always say my main is Zarina, but that's only because she was my original main before there was an option to get characters to P100. She was my first P100, but I'm running out on stuff on her. So I'm kind of just playing whoever I feel like on a day, or whoever I have cakes on, so I can stack points with my Swift. So I don't really have a main anymore because I have so many P100s. I've kinda kind of moved away from that. I have to loop on this side because all the gens are done here, but there's nothing to loop here anymore. Oh. Sorry! I guess not all the gens are done. It's okay, I go library. Oh, I didn't mean to do this! I fell! Guys, I fell. Bro went the wrong way. It worked. Guys, it worked. Oh, shit. Oh, no! Bro, he used the extra bomb to fuck over my dead art. I have to take off this perk right now. I am flopping so hard. I'm annoyed. You'll be back later? Moeilijk drukke tram ingestapt. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Good luck, pretty. I hope you get home soon. Sorry guys, talking about dinner, the dinner got delivered.
Attention alien
Oh.
army, we do have a raid incoming.
Oh my god,
It's
Ghosty!
raid incoming.
Hi, how are you? How was Stardew Valley? Welcome in, thank you so much for the raid.
Image 0 STI3 rated your channel with 35 viewers.
Hold on. Hex, I saw your messages. Just bear with. We're gonna have a spot, Hex, if you're still playing DBD. Because Lucky is hopping out. You're welcome to join. Gamers, welcome in. Hi, Snuggly Bean. Hi, Ghosty. Welcome in. Good to see everyone. Ghosty, how are you? I understand if you need to raid and run. It's gotta be like hella late for you. You had such a long stream going. I hope it was a good one. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Ghosty and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official partner of Behavior. I love playing Dead by Daylight. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing DBD. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. I hope y'all are well. Happy Monday. Where are my gens at? Are you still Chase? No. You're not. You're in a match, but I'll join? Alright, cool, cool, cool. Does it matter if you don't have a cake to bring, like newbies, or is it a level set that places certain levels together? So, theoretically, Masha, they kind of place people together. Oh, nice. Dankjewel, schat. Super fijn. Yeah, super fijn. Sorry, guys. My dinner. Theoretically, I can't help you. Theoretically, there's nothing I can do. Theoretically, you're paired with people of your kind of like, yeah, level, so to say. In practice, people are put together of all levels. It's unrelated to whether or not you bring cake. You don't have to bring cake. That is something that I like to do with my community because we're all playing for points. Are you not in chase? No. There's different ways. There's different ways to get to increase points in the game. You have bound envelopes, you have cakes, you have bloody party streamers, and generally for people that play with me, when I'm actively like playing with friends in my community, I ask if people can bring cakes or envelopes so that we can stack and get points. It's not related to player level. Some offerings are personal. You'll find that you can get points from, for example, escape cakes or the other envelopes, but they are personal items. They don't stack. Oh my god, the adrenaline with Loft. So that's kind of the story about cakes here in this community. That is specific. It's specific for my community. Where we kind of, the people that play together, we kind of know to bring cakes because I do enjoy getting lots of points. I work with horses. I have a horse. He's my boy. I love him. Oh my god, I love that, Marsha. Yeah, I work at a horse's stables. I don't own a horse. I'm thinking maybe one day, if I have more time, I would consider having a Shetland pony, like a tiny horse. But it's not in my foreseeable future. That sucks. That sucks. This sucks. This is better. This sucks. It was a fast match? Okay, I have 711 scream pies on Orella. Let's go. The spin! Oh my god, I'm gonna have to hit Dead Art for distance. I wasn't gonna make it. I get hooked now. GG's. Kind of League of Legends with bronze, silver, gold, so on. Yeah, so in theory you get paired. You get paired with people. I'm telling you, Power Struggle's gonna eat today. I'm putting on Power Struggle. Dead Art's broken, he swung. I see I pressed Dead Art, nothing happens. Yeah, I'm taking it off. It's not working for me. We're forced to bring cakes. Yes, if you want to play with me, you have to bring cakes. Ghosty, thank you for coming in with the raid. I hope you're well. Happy Monday. Bro, Power Struggle would have got me out of that game. I am telling you. Because I would have had my dead art back because I wasn't in mending. Crazy. You almost died stealing my med kit? Oh my god, that's so funny. Raiding and running. I hope you have an amazing stream. Thank you so much for the raid, Ghosty. I really appreciate you. Have some rest, gamer. Have some rest. Yes, a Scream Pie, Masha. So, the cakes, they're from different anniversary years. So, the Coconut Scream Pie is from last year's anniversary event. Frightful Flans was 20... When did I start gaming? 2022? I want to say was my first anniversary event. You're going back to sleep? You get some rest. Get some rest. The Screech Cobbler was last year's, and we also have Terror Misu, that is, but I don't have any on Yui. Hi, and I guess it's I'm more tired than you realize you had food coma. Yeah, I mean, you seriously dozed off in my chair after dinner? Perfect. Get your naps in. Hi, Aiden. Good to see you. Whoa. Loft, are you out? Or did you get booted? You fell asleep. Nice. That was a West server. Oh. Yeah, well, let's not go West. Hex. Jill. Let's dip. We're not going West. We all would have been on high ping. Crazy high ping. Oh my god, hold on. I'm on 5 million blood points. See, I'm over again, guys. Literally. You can go over 5 mil. No, Lucky, thank you. It's always a pleasure to have you. You're such a crack gamer. I love gaming with you. Thank you so much. Alright, let me put my 5 mil into Dwight. Let's go. 5 BPS for that. I'll take it. I will take it. Alright, back to Ewing. And ready up. Thank you, Loftus, for carrying us. I think I carried, honestly, Lucky. If you think about it, I'm the streamer, so I'm kind of like automatically carrying. It was very cozy. I'm glad to hear. And Aiden, welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? Happy Monday. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 5 treats. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna do my main build, which is Dead Art, Iron Will, Poised, and Fixated. I usually have Quick Gammon instead of Fixated, but I use Fixated for Blood. Yeah, we're on regular lobbies, Hex, because it's more points than blood can shit. So I took Fixated off. Just FYI, you're welcome to run anything you want, but we're on normal. Excuse me, here I am getting tunneled so y'all can escape. Nah, that is true. You're not wrong, Jill. You're not wrong. Working on the tweet? I am working on the tweet. Shetlands are adorable? I think so. I think they're very adorable. We love cake. We do. Ghosty coming from Ghosty's raid? I know. I was like, wait, is this the same person? It's 2 different people. Thank you, Jill, for getting tunneled and being dead. You're the goat. Thank you for the carry, Jill. Your cat napped with you? Aw, that's so nice, Anne. I love a cozy cat napping. One of your friends had close to 10 million blood points at one point. I told him to spend all his blood points. Yeah. I met a person the other day that had 76 million. 76 million blood points. They had been collecting... Oh. Bro. I'm off the scene. That was lethal, by the way. Loft, what the fuck? That was funny. I'm sorry, that was really funny. You've never seen this map before? There's a lot of different maps, Masha. This is called Toba Landing. It came with the Singularity and Gabriel chapter. I didn't even have your headphones on. Shit, that's unlucky. Yeah, I met someone with 76 million blood points, and they said, oh yeah, I don't get blood points from games, holy shit, anymore. I don't know what we're doing, but I'm leaving the premises. I'm going somewhere else to do a gym. Let me do this gym. Clip it. Nah, that would be rude. And I was like, why aren't you spending? She says, oh, I just kind of want to see how many I can stack, how long I can keep going for. And she said, I kind of only play Megan. And I have a build that I like. So I don't really need to spend the points on her. Oh my god, he almost still got me with that. That's crazy. Nice. Good fucking... What do you call that? Good chainsaw. Is bamboozle. Hi Sketch, thank you for the lurk. Welcome in. It's an interesting map. There's a lot going on this map, Masha, and there's a lot of sounds too that are very confusing. Sometimes you can think that it's the killer nearby, but it's actually like a plant sound. Enjoy your games. Thank you, Sketch. Thanks for stopping by. You cleansed the hex? I don't know what it was. Well, it wasn't Devour the way he's camping this hook. It's a Billy, Masha. They have a chainsaw. And they generally try to go for curves around the rocks or around the tiles. Generally. The good ones, or the ones that are practicing to be good. A bad one will just back rev you, which means they kind of just run after you until they're so far up your ass that you can't dodge the chainsaw anymore. That's not skill. Anyone can do that. But the ones who try to go for the curves, like this one, we can respect them. We can respect a good curve. Yes, Hillbilly. Aiden knows. Thank you, Aiden. I don't think I want to get chased with a chainsaw now. I enjoy going against Billy. You're at main? Nice. Yeah, he goes to Bam Bam this. I'm gonna go for another tile. Oh. Now that's a back rev. That's not impressive. Billy is fun to play against, I agree. I'm gonna go start munching on my food, gamers. This new Oretta skin from the Blood Moon is awesome, by the way. Sorry, gamer. Why me though? Like, honestly. GG. Alright, let me finish my food. We'll be right back. Sorry, I mean, you're not the one that's tunneling me, are you, Hex? You've got nothing to be sorry for. Excellent dodge, Jill. I enjoyed that. I see your question, Masha, about the sneaking. Hold on. You only leave a trail if you're running. Unless you're injured. When you're injured, you'll leave pools of blood, even when you're walking. But yes, generally when you're walking or crouching, you have a less, let's just say, less chance to be found by the killer. Unlucky. Good effort. Well done on the 2-man out, gamers. Well done. 12,000 points. I absolutely flopped it. I'm annoyed. You're just gonna be sneaking everywhere. I don't know why I was tunneling. I wasn't. He wasn't bad. I know. I had respect for him until that tunnel. Yeah, back revving. Yeah. I don't know. Let's move on. Next game. I have Greek food, Jill. My husband's playing, has a Warhammer tournament downstairs. So him and the lads, they're ordering food, so they chose, Greek. So I get to have a Greek meal as well. Tap is almost P60. I almost have a page of P100. That's huge, Loftus. That's huge. GG, good grinding. Gyro. Yes, I got gyro. Souvlaki. Rice. Tzatziki. Some fries. It's very nice. Hey, Smacklick, thank you, thank you, thank you. Throw a place? No, I got plastic. As in an Unreal? Or Skull Merchant? Hello. An Unreal. I got it, I got it, I got it. I love how she's condemning everywhere, closing down all the TVs. And got one single condemned stack on Loft. She's here. Oh. I'm off the scene. Wiglip. GG easy. TV. Alright. Why is she so fast? So, an Unreal has two types of, like, forms, or, like, of being. One is kind of, like, sort of invisible. I think she's fast in invisible. But she can't hurt you. She can only teleport to her TV. And when she comes out of that, she also gets a speed boost. So you want to be far away when that happens. You want to turn off a TV where you're doing a gen. Because as long as the TV is on, if she teleports to another TV, you'll get a stack. You'll see on the left side, over at my icon, that I have 3 stacks right now. So two of the stacks are because of teleporting, and the third one is because I turned off the TV. I'm gonna have to watch these stacks. I don't want them to get too high up. Because then I'm Moriable. And a quick Mori. I wonder if that was DMS or Grim. I am going to dump... Unless Chase is here. It's not. I am going to dump... The Chase is here. My TV first. And then let's see if I can go for a save here. So like FNAF, indoors near, yes. The difference is though that with FNAF you can't really do anything about a door near you except pre-run. Whereas with against the Onryo, like you just saw, I took the oh, she's here. I take a hit for that. I took out the tape of the TV and then she can't do anything. Oh shit, you said cool. Listen, the second I greeted that pallet, I remembered that you said cool. Sorry. 200 ping and cool. 104. Shit, sorry, wrong side. Yeah. Mistakes were made. It was DMS? Alright, thank you, Hex. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. I hope you're having a great Monday. Gens are flying though. We're at the last gen. Yeah. Hex gets fucked here. Do you see the red ring on the left side, Masha? They're now fully condemned from the tapes. They only needed one more stack. They got in chase. So as when they go down, now to the Onryo, if they go down, they're insta dead. Even though they haven't been hooked yet. See if we can give them a hand. Get some distance. I don't know, we're running in a straight line. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, they're dead now. They got the tape in! They got the tape in just in time! GG. Hi, AK. Hola, señorita. Hola, ¿qué tal? How are you, AK? Good to see you. I think Loft gets pushed out here on the other side of the map. I like it here. Time zone for me is a bit rough, but it's very chiller. Oh, Masha. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're having a chill time. Where, are you, NA or Australia even? No, if it's NA, you should be good now. Australia, nearly 4 AM. Shit. I think the gate is ready. If we are able to get this pull, it should be a 4-man out. Let's see about the TV situation over here. This is still turned off. She's here. Alright. Which, this should be a 4-man out. It is. Beautiful! Beautiful teamwork. Love to see it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. That was intense. I bet, Hex. I saw you had one stack and then you were in chase and I heard the teleport sound and I was like, oh no. They're gonna get fully condemned. They had a Mori too. GG's. All P100. Yeah, go cry. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. You're good? And you, Queen? I'm good too. I'm good too. Thank you for asking. Good to see you again. Slade, how are you, AK? Are you playing some Blood Moon these days? I'm gonna have to run a quick ad break. I'm doing it right now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. I apologize for the ads. Please bear with. You just had the same? And I'm only a baby slinger? Yeah, but you guys, out of all people should know that P100 has nothing to do with skill level on who you're versing.
Great.
Right? Am I making stuff up here? Sorry, I just took a bite of my food. Hold on. That was not the best timing. I'm sorry. Nice to see you. I haven't been gaming on the past month. Your laptop charger broke and my new one hasn't arrived yet. No way. That's so frustrating. I hope it comes in soon though. We gotta get to games. Is it okay maybe if y'all wait for 5 minutes? I need to clean the dishes. Oh. I mean 5 minutes? Sorry, we're in lobby already. I didn't see. Let's just hope that it's not lethal the next game. And then, how about we take chase and you can do the dishes and then we'll see you. You won. You missed every shot all game until end game and it snowballed. Love to see it, Glenny. You can do this one and then clear after that? Okay, that's fine. How's Blood Moon? Did they make any changes? No. Yes. Sorry, I'm lying. I'm like literally lying to you right now. The changes are that all perks work on blood gens now. So whereas last year you couldn't, this is a trickster by the way, you couldn't make a flashbang from a blood gen, pain rest wouldn't hit blood gens, DMS, deadlock, that is now incorporated. So all of the perks work on all of the gens. I remember last year it took a really long time to get to the community goal, to get the blood point multiplier at the highest level. It went very fast this year, so we're already at the highest level. We're not playing Blood Moon events because there's more points to be had if you're stacking cakes in regular. Because on Blood Moon you don't get objective points from doing a blood gen. So you can easily miss out on 10k and then like 10k, you know how you can get like max 10k per category? multiplied by the multiplier, multiplied by like 5 cakes that we're stacking here, including the killer. That's a lot of points to miss out on. So we've been on regular games the entire week, and the points are through the roof. We're averaging 200,000 a game. So I played Blood Moon in the beginning. We play Blood Moon. Oh, we play Blood Moon for the challenges to get the trinkets and the rewards for the challenges. But that's it. Oh, this is not a good tile. Yeah, I get clocked here. Yeah, I just died. That was a mistake. Hi, Timebo. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see you. Thank you for the daily doggo treat. Enjoy it. Thank you for the 31. You're here. Huzzah. How is your Easter weekend been? BP sounds fantastic. The event is a mode, not so much. Yeah, we were running fixated, right? We were running fixated because of the because if you're running with the blood can in your hand, it's spilling everywhere. So everyone's just been on fixated, so you can like walk across the map with your blood can, not spill anything, and get your blood gens done. But that's about it. Regular games have been just fine. Pain Res. I think I've seen this killer before. It's very popular, Masha, because they only just last month released a new skin, which was this skin that you just saw. So, generally, this killer has been played more the last few weeks.
I'm just a baby.
Hi, Volts! What do you mean? You're an experienced DVD player. Or is this Mina a baby? She's a little bit a baby. It's been one hook. That's main event, by the way. And we have 3 gens done. Been working on the house garden this weekend. Oh yes, Dace mentioned this. Do we need to go for a pickup here? What's the story? Yes, they're already off the ground. I'm wrecked, but you're getting there. I mean, that's hard work. And it's gonna be so worth it when your garden is looking nice for when it gets like really like spring weather and summer even. How are you? I'm good, thank you, Timebone. I had a really rough week with work last week because of an event. You know I work at the Jaarbeurs, right? So I had a Verzamel Jaarbeurs, which was literally this weekend. I was event manager for that, so there was a lot to arrange and to do. I worked 24 hours between... yes, beautiful. I worked 24 hours Thursday, Friday, and then 2 hours on Saturday. Is insane. My god, we almost had the adrenaline as well. But I had a really long Easter weekend. We were celebrating my mom's birthday, so I caught up on a lot of sleep. Are we camping? What's happening? Oh, crap. Okay. So I'm feeling better. Thank you for asking. And it's going to be a chill week. I have 3 work days, and then Friday I fly to Glasgow for HorrorCon. So I'm very excited. I'm going with Loftus. So I'm looking forward to that. And games have been good. It's good points. I mean, it's been hit and miss. You know, you get frustrated sometimes. But Yeah, generally it's been good gaming. I've had really good company this entire stream. Oh. Let me go put some pressure on the other gate as well. Yeah, it's been really wonderful. Thank you, Timebone, for asking. Is it Trickster? I wasn't there if you said. Yes, it is Trickster. You've been here the entire time. You're on your TV. Oh my god, Bolt. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I forgot she sees you at mid-vent. Oh, I didn't even know that, I don't think. Are we picking? No. We're not. Oh. Okay. Did I do that? I'm basement here. Hold on. No. 1, 2, 3. Go pellet. Go pellet. Go pellet. Go pellet. Go pellet. Why aren't you going through a pellet? I'm out. Shit. Yeah, we have a problem here. Yeah, GG's. Oh. Arrows were made. Loft! Loft! You need to go! Fuck. Well. So glad to hear. Your hair looks great. Did you dye it again? I did. Yes, thank you, Timebone. So, it didn't mean to. No, you're fine. It was, that was hard to. It was hard with us being in the gate to get out of that. That was hard. So what I discovered, right? I bought the dye, right, Timebone, for my hair, but I've been like topping it up with conditioner mixed with a bit of the paint of the dye, and it got so worn out last week that I decided to test what happens if I just put the dye on straight, and the color was so much more vibrant. So last week on Tuesday, I just did the whole hair with the dye straight on it. And then an extra layer with the conditioner with the dye. So it's all back now. And I've made an appointment at the hairdresser because I'm getting the uitgroei now, right? At the top. So I'm gonna like do the whole thing in 3 weeks. Give me 5 minutes? Alright. Why is she not let all escape? Or are some killer just thirsty for kills? Yes, Marsha. It's the killer's decision to either to take the downs or to say, yeah, it doesn't hurt my ego to let the survivors go. That's kind of like the options. You did well this game? Yeah, it was alright. I mean, I didn't have a whole lot of... I mean, I had a really good chase at the beginning, I suppose. It's a good collab, right? We're a good team. They do be complaining, why am I playing against 4 P100s? Literally, people need to let go of P100s being a thing in the game. It's been out here for what, 3 years? People are going to be having P100s, okay? Let it go. My friends like to tame the killers. I don't know if that's normal. I mean, it's kind of like, it depends your attitude towards the game. we roll killers too. Like we've seen, like this was almost a 4-man out. She had almost no hooks. This gamer got rolled. But the kind of like saying get good or tame the killer is kind of like popular kid, child talk. It's ego. It's, oh, we're taming the killer. Okay, yeah, I'm an adult. I don't really do that. I don't really speak like that about the game. You know? And that's everybody's preference, but here we're kind of I'm focusing more on teamwork, coming together as a team to try and get as many people out as possible, and whether that means that you tame the killer or roll the killer or go GG easy, that's irrelevant. I want us to do well as a team, collaborating, being clever about collaboration, trying to get the best result. Basically, I like to look at this game like that. You have friends doing that all the time. You pick your P3 mag and you go juice. Yes, Jill. Because she can't be good because she's not P100. Hi, Only. How was your stream? Thank you for stopping by. Baby Mag. He let the killers kill them because he wants to be nice. You're gonna go you're gonna go hiding? It's each to their own, Masha. It's each to their own. You play to get chased, so if I get chased, I die, I'm happy. Exactly. It's a win. Yeah, if I get a save, if we have a good end game play, if you get a teammate out, if you hit a dead art, whatever. You know, it's value, if you ask me. It went good. You had to cut it short for dinner. I understand. Yeah, I'm still eating here on the side as well. Maybe I should have been smart like you and ended stream to eat, but now I'm kind of like eating in between. You're excited to play soon? I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. I do always feel inspired myself when I'm watching people stream DBD on Twitch. I always get excited to go and play. You're scared? I bet. But, like, listen. The only way to learn and get better is to keep going. Like, keep going back into the game. Develop a playstyle for yourself that works. Learn what kind of things you can do facing certain killers. Gamer, I've unfriended this player because they spam invite me several times a day. I've unfriended them and I can still get these fucking invites. Are you excited for the new PTB? I'm a little bit out of the loop only. I'm excited about the changes that are coming for Survivor. 100%. But I'm not in the loop. I guess the PTB is tomorrow, yeah? I assume. Should we play around the words while I eat some and while we wait for Hex? Yeah, that does happen sometimes. That does happen. Welcome back. There we go. It was a good break. I almost got all my food finished, so thank you. Thank you for that, Hex. You were thinking of the music instrument? We got all the rounds cleared, so we were doing well. You gotta play. You only play Adam in 2v8? Really? Wesker and Emmy? Allegedly in the dishes. Wesker? Yes, Wesker. Confirmed. Was he AFK or is he like doing something over there? Oh, a liar! You mean? Yeah, the instrument. I know what you mean. I don't know how you spell it though. You look like you could be a strong Wesker, Jill. I'm not gonna lie. You need a universal fit. It all screwdriver in my life. Shit. How is table management going? Table construction. Sounds like you're having a good time. Oh, you just got done. You're such a trooper. It's gonna be worth it, Silly. You put your PC up. Get your gaming done. Excellent. How did you travel with your PC? Did you just have like a suitcase? W-Dad. W-Dad indeed, Jill. You can be proud. The real question is, why the fuck do people make different screw holes? Why can't they all just have one type for everything? Yeah, I think that is a really good question, Mr. Fox. Ah, friend drove you the whole way? W friend, hello? He got robbed. Holy hell. It's egg. Was it egg? Was it actually? Yeah, he's not on me. It has to be nurses. I don't. He changed the loft. I think it's nurses calling. He got robbed! That's the second time. I think it's nurses calling, honestly. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. It's nurses calling. 8-hour drive for him both ways. Oh my god. That's actually... That's really cool. You can't stop thinking about Leon wearing a jockstrap? Yeah, I bet. That name makes it very visual. Pain rest DMS? Alright, Hex. Thanks for sharing. I have nowhere to go. Nice. Edge map. Edge map gaming. Walk through the pallets. Do it. Which button is it, guys? Which button? He didn't go through the pallet. I'm sick. Anyway, I'm pretty tired now. I'll be chilling. Yeah, I bet. Thank you. Does Nurses Calling have a set range, or is it terror radius? No, it's a range, right? Nice body blocking. I see that. Are they one locked? They always do. Is it actually Bam? Oh. You're playing House Flipper is so chill only. That sounds like such a good time. I feel like Hex is AFK over there. I'll go for a save. Oh, you were typing. House Flipper is a relaxing game. It sounds chill. Ping again. Yeah, 100 ping. Damn. There's your pain res. I've never played it, but I can imagine. It's very satisfying. Nice, only nice. Well, fuck me. Bam bam. Nice. That is ping. I would have been around the corner if it was normal ping, you would have missed that. Same hook. No pellets. GG's. Hex is in danger here. Holy hell. Camera things. Nice body blocking loft. You get out here, right? You wave. That should be a 4-man out. Maybe ping? Yeah, GG. Let's go. Good teamwork, guys. Well played. GG's. Excellent teamwork. It was a good game. They were nice about it. I'd love to see it. NMP 0, by the way. Ain't nobody complaining about fucking P100s now. That is so funny. Who do I have that I have some cakes on that I could play? Like a P10 Quentin or something? Well, we'll do a non-P100 situation. I mean, that's gonna be difficult for Loft. This man has 17 million P100s. What do I have on Vittorio these days? Also only 29 cakes. I can play Gabriel. What? I play baby Gabriel. Bro, I have no medkits on him either. It's miserable. Okay, I have 40 of this. Ugh. Alright, we'll do this. We'll do this. What we're running? Bombs? Wiglif. There we go. I go baby lobby. I can play someone who isn't P100. Trust. Who does he pull out? Yui. You don't have Yui P100? Gamer, it's a shame. It's a shame. Let's go baby lobby. And let's see if anybody's complaining about something else now that we're not playing P100s and we're working so well together. Not gonna lie, I wasn't sure if I could block with that ping. Yeah, I mean, you did great. I saw it. Starsand Islands a vibe. Very nice. Look at the sexy arms on Gabriel. 100% this Twitch shirt is one of the better ones. It doesn't go with anything. P85, Leah, you're a P100 Arella. Okay, but we can have one P100 in the lobby, right? At least Killers can't go, oh, 4 P100s. I have Loftus a flashbang and he almost saved me with it. You gave him? What? Nah. Pre-dropped and everything. I love that. You need to play your Claudia's Claude someday. Claudia, she has a pretty cute outfit. There's so many cute outfits. Orange shorts, yellow crop top hoodie, and a cute hairdo. I love to see it. Only always recruiting people to play with. I love to see it. Okay, GG, go next. Oh, sorry, gamer. Okay, that hits. That's fine. And that hits too. That's also fine. And that hits too. That's fine. That's fine. It's not free at all to play this killer. It makes total sense. It makes total sense. There's nothing wrong with this. Absolutely nothing. You played this artist yesterday? And again, chat, somebody said that in version artists in like 3 years? They're rare, Mr. Fox. They're very rare. Exclamation mark Discord is mine. I think only is in there. I mean, I know only is in there. Can we DC? I mean, I'm not DCing, but I'm just waiting to die, and then I've already clocked out. I'm waiting to die, and then I'll get into the next game. You have Resi? I mean, you're good to do whatever, gamer. Exactly, I can enjoy my food.
You have little time left.
Oh, that's lovely to hear, Marsha. Bro, I literally forgot to check if that Wesker had nurses. Where is this man? Am I gonna get grabbed from this gen anytime soon? No, he's on the fucking floor. Hold on, he's checking the stream. It is very late for Masha. They've been so kind to stick around. Talk about DBD. Oh shit. I think they tried to stick the Jin.
You will not escape.
To scare you, I bet. Good effort. You were minding your own business too? That's unlucky. Thank you, gamer. Where am I going? Can you... You fuck off. I'm gonna just die, by the way, gamers, so... I'm just gonna go edge map or something, I don't know. Who's the killer while you're floating? I don't want to talk about it much, honestly. This is the most miserable, dumbass experience you'll ever see. Lake, how's your day going? Can you get over yourself and hook me, for the love of God? Oh, so you are in the stream. It's still a miserable killer to face. Whether I go or not, it's still miserable. Just take your kill. And let's get it over with. It's really a lot easier to do that. I would have preferred if they just hooked me. This aggravates me only more. GG, well played. No need for that. I hope the Blood Moon treats you well. And that you're having a wonderful Monday. I will be moving on with my life. Boring ass killer, not for real. I don't think the first two underground hits that they got on me were even hits. Like, I was out of that circle. It's the whole guessing of where the power goes. When the other person is guessing as well, infuriates me. Because you literally can't. I just can't accept that the whole killer-survivor interaction is based on complete and utter randomness. There's nothing linear or logical about trying to verse this killer. It's infuriating. No Killer's counter should be a guessing game. Exactly that. Like, I am guessing if he's going to take it wide or get close to the wall. And then doing the opposite thing. And then they're not doing it. Ugh. It's miserable. I understand why people play him. I think from a power perspective, it could be interesting and entertaining. It's versing them. I'll stop here. I just can't. I'm not interested. 3 flashies, Lightborn incoming? Maybe. You're chilled out on House Flipper? Nice, only. Nice. I'm glad it's a good time. One less perk to worry about. It's crazy that in almost 10 years of the game, this is the only killer that's truly made me consider quitting the game. That is crazy. And you've been frustrated with a lot. Wesker Blight Kaneki in the early days. Springtrap. DVD pisses me off, Loftus. After Blood Moon, take a small break. It's unlikely. Alien. Now, talking about people that hate certain killers in this game, Alien is Jill's absolute favorite. He's not out of power. Yippee. Bro, what are you doing? M1 to the back of the head, yo. M1 again. M1 again. When they're in power, Masha, they can hit you with the tail. Like what they just did, like to fire that tail at you. You can use the... You see the blue light over there? Somebody put a turret down. We can take them out of their power. If they're out of power, they're just an M1 killer. Mr. Rager, what's happening? Tell me. What is up? How are you doing this Monday? Was that... oh, that's DMS. That's what you said. Is this the Rager that played the 1v1 tourney here last early weekend? It's wonderful to meet you. You think Skull March is gonna release was fantastic? Nah, now you're just trolling, Paigey. Now you're just trolling. Whoa, okay, sound bugs. He's tunneling, bro. I need to lose chase music. You're okay? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. I'm good too. Thank you. Thank you. We're having a good time here, gaming. Now, I love how... What is he looping? Bro, I am not at the tile. I love it when he does that. That's the second time. He's looping his inner demons. DBD makes demons, yes. Does he know he has a tail? I mean, I dodged it twice, so I think he's self-conscious, love. What's this hair? This hair, you never seen it before? Everybody's wearing it. It's very nice. Are you home, Lake? How is your... oh, you're not working today. What am I talking about? I mean, maybe you were out. I don't mean to assume, but definitely not working today, right? You were out? Nice. I hope it was a good time. The weather's been lovely today. It's so sunny. Yeah, it felt like summery. Hold on. Oh, shit! Oh! And one to the back of the head. Mad luck. That two would have hit me. Not that. It was a good dodge, Paige. I'm trying to be honest. You were out with the family? Nice. Nice, Lake. That's what sounds wonderful. Monstrous Shrine. Gamers, Monstrous Shrine in 2026? Actually? I think that's the first time this whole year that I've seen Monstrous Shrine. I'm gonna be honest. Relurk, thank you so much, Granny, for hanging out today. Why am I genning? I'm Deathhook here, hello? Let me practice some moonwalk before I die. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Hex. Oh, look at them! They can do it! GG, easy! Love to see it. Very good moonwalks. Oh, you got a cute emote? You unlocked it from the NASA thing? I don't know what the NASA thing is, but it's a very cute emote. Enjoy. Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Oh, was there a moon landing stream? Actually, I didn't know that. Bro, the baby Fong is juicing! He really is. I think you can lurk it right now still. Let me look that up. Oh, the dodge! Die window, I save you, I got less stand. Oh shit, he's nervous! Go pick, go pick, go pick. Alien, Mr. Alien. Miss Alien? Oh, the DC! I was finally gonna do last stand save, yo! Hey yo, good teamwork, gamers. GG. It was too much for them. I don't think they need Monstrous Shrine, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they need it. Thank you, Mr. Fogg. Hi, Jordan. Lurking like the creep that I am. I appreciate you hanging out. I hope you're having a great Monday, gamer. Thank you for stopping by. You low-key locked in? Nah, you really did. You all did. I was so ready. I was so ready. It's not that we're best friends, Paigey. I have to protect him. What is this? Since when? P86 Leon, that's good points. I love to see it. It's probably your favorite redeem. I don't even know if Loft remembers the day that I came up with that. They're a Daredevil? Nasty. That is very nasty. That's very nasty. You hate... Yes, I do. I do hate Daredevil on the enemy team. This is true. Oh my god, we have an ad break. I'm really sorry, gamers. I'm so sorry. We'll be right back. Do we like this fit? I like it. You have someone to die with as Venom? I mean, that's a good addition to the team. Is Rager going to be on our comp team?
Something's connecting all this together.
You might have this as your comp fit? I like it. I like it, Hex. I'll be your Mantis with 6k heals? Glenny, why are you lying? You're wonderful. You're wonderful, Mantis. I'd rather solo heal? Nah, Loft, you take that back. Glenny is a wonderful teammate. Nah, that's so mean. Yes, Jill, it's very mean. Wait, Micah, me and Donnie faced each other randomly on Rivals? What was the diff? Be honest. Who got ratioed? Yeah, it's very mean, Glenny. I don't understand it. It's undeserved is what it is. Unknown? Nice. We love to see it. Guys, I was so gonna make a last stand save. Why did the killer DC? W moonwalks. W moonwalks. Yeah, she did get rolled. She really did. It's Courtney on Unknown? Is she P100 yet? She's gonna have a rough time with this team. I'm sick. I think I'm gonna go another hour. What do you gamers think? 4 more games? Do we deserve it? She's the only one who plays this character. It must be her. That's true. That's true. Yeah. That almost hit me, bro. I was gonna talk shit and then I almost died. Turn back the clock. Good shout. Good shout. Whoa! Nice. That was well played. Bro, they're an unknown main and everything. I'm sick. I get him once. I get him once! Lightborn! Nope. And mistakes were made. Thank you, Jew! Bro, I had no idea that you were there. None. No idea that you were there. Picked up facing you and everything. Thank you, gamer. W save. You need to join more open lobbies with you. It's fun. I mean, heck, you know it's always a good time here. Rager, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in.
Marager followed your channel.
Marager, Mr. Rager. Marager. Bro, they said Marager. I don't know if I make this. I make this. Nah, if this was Courtney, Glenny, they knew that we are normally all over the fucking Wiglif, right? I wonder if that gen's regressing the fuck. Maybe I'll just hang out. What are these hits? Oh shit. Call him a skill check. Courtney is a Wiglif gamer, but then she would have known not to hit the fuck out of loft there, no? It's not her in our playstyle. Oh, Jill gets clocked here. Shit, I think they're on a pellet. I don't think there's a fucker there. Oh shit, Jill! They did a fucking shoulder to bird and another death hook. Oh no. Nice dodge there, Hex. They die now. I mean, they might make it to the dead arts. Is that agitation? I think it is agitation. She's going for points, so she's two hooking everyone. Oh. Oh shit, Jill. I'm sorry, gamer. Oh no. Hey. You were looking at stream and ran into a wall? I know. It happens all the time. I read chat and it's like, oh shit. You're back? Hi Sketch. How's your Monday going? Where is this chase? This is dangerous. It worked. It worked. He had another body here? Oh no. Bro, I dodged that so wide. Beautiful. Love to see it. Nah, I don't like how he's bouncing those things off of the walls. I don't like it. Sketch, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. I don't think I should be here. I don't think I should be there. It is agitation, 100%. They're gonna teleport to that gen again. You know, the problem is... I hear you, I hear you. Do you know what? Oh, the problem is with main against this killer, with the bouncing power balls, you literally have nowhere to go. You just die. Oh, you missed 3 out of 3 dead hearts this game. Oh, I'm sorry, Hex. That sucks. W unknown for real. It's going good, very chill. How's your Monday? Really chill as well, very chill. No! Okay, that's fine. I just die. That was a mistake. Hi, Evo. Welcome in. It's a P100 unknown. I mean, they know what they're doing. I always forget to do that. Hey, yo. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you, gamer. Oh my god. W dodge. I didn't go there. But, good thinking? Or something? Okay, it's main gen time. Oh no, it's probably my favorite killer to go against. Yeah, for me it's up there as well, Evo. I love going against unknown. Thank you for the 3 treats. Thank you for the hydrate, Paigey. Thank you, thank you. You went once against the P100 unknown a while ago? Oh, shit. GG. That must have been barbecue, right? You ever play some Gabriel? You have 67 cakes? Hey, yo! I have like 67. Well, 65 now. Love, thank you for the games. Are you out? Thank you for the games. You love a good unknown? Yeah. NASA is looking at the moon. You need a little break? I don't take breaks. NASA. Wait. NASA's Artemis 2 live mission. Bro, you can watch this shit on stream? On Twitch now? 150,000 people are watching this. Wow. Interesting. Thank you for the game. 6, 7. As a Moon Knight, you can't stop staring at the moon. To be fair, really nice guy, and they complimented the dodge. It's so much fun. I mean, they were obviously just being nice to you. There's nothing good about the way you play a Survivor sketch. When are they not looking at the moon? Yeah, okay. Crazy. Chat's gonna be a mess. It is. There's no way you can keep up with anything that's being said there. You never went down? Yes, because they thought you were baby and they were like, oh, we can't do it to them. I can respect it though. WP100 unknown, looking after the new players in the game. Sketch, thank you for the hydrate as well. Do you think I will be able to finish P100 Jill and Leon at the end of this blood moon? If you keep grinding, yes, you can. Hex. Glenny did 13 prestiges yesterday. He played all day, but he did 13 prestiges in a day. That basically means you could get P100 Leon tomorrow if you grind all day. And then you have a week and a half left to get Jill. It's the way we had a Billy on this map like 2 hours ago. And we have a Billy on this map now. Yeah, but I'm doing like one to B90 and the other to B90, you know? Yeah, but if you get... yeah, I'm dead. If you get, if you get 10 prestiges a day, you still get it. Because there's like 2 weeks left. Bro, where's my power struggle when I need it? Even if you get 5 prestiges a day, exactly. That's good math. That's good math, Sketch. Oh, Jesus, the way it's 9 PM and I'm still drinking Diet Coke. It's because normally I stream like early on Mondays, right? But because I was coming home for, from my weekend and I still had to go to the horses, which I need to register my hours for, by the way. I'm gonna die in basement cold and alone. Thank you, Jill. I'm sorry. I mean, Leon does the totem in Shack and then starts looping there. W Random Leon Gaming. You got good math skills, comes in handy when you calculate the hours that you loop a killer. Yeah, W safe. Oh shit. You should get P80 demo today. Let's go. Are you playing some solo games with us, Sketch? I think I have time for like 2 more games if you wanna play. This is your last? There's no way you missed that. Oh, fuck me. Yep. Never fails. GG. Probably not. You're playing later streams, so I'm taking a break. Alright. You played some games with Cax? Nice! I hope it was good. I was good to go. It was a good time. I'm tired, you can't think? Dead hard. We're having fun, so your internet died randomly. Shit, your internet died? Oh, that sucks. That sucks, Sketch. Can somebody explain to me what this NASA mission is? Are they going to touch the moon with that thing, or are they just looking at the moon? Oh, it was your last game anyway? Okay, well then it works out, but still. It's annoying when the internet dies. Apparently they aren't landing. Were they going to be landing? And did they decide not to? Or are they just like staring at the moon for something? Okay, they were never gonna touch the moon. Unlucky. I don't know if he found Jill or if he's going for the Jen. They did not find Jill. I don't know about this tile, you guys. Ah, we've given up on me again. We'll have to see it. Where is this gen that I heard? I heard a gen here. Oh, this had so much progress. It's cool, I guess, but a moon landing would be way cooler. Stinty! Thank you so much for the resub and the tier 1 3 months in advance.
STVNTYKUNTY
Thank you so much for the continued
subscribe to
support,
your channel for
Stinty.
14
I appreciate
months.
you. Enjoy the ad previewing the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. 14 months. Thank you, gamer. How are you? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 26 treats. Bro, how are we getting 4 gens done in this game where we had 1 dead at 4 gens? Tell me how. I appreciate you more, Sensei. Oh, please stop. Now, that's the dead art that Hex was looking for. Let's go. Jill, I'm starting to think, yeah, get ahead. I was starting to think I should have gone for you. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if he keeps Hex Slug. Oh my god. They're camping you. Your meter is going crazy. I get hatched. Damn, he's gonna have barbecue, isn't he? He's that type of gamer. IHOP locker. Oh, they're stream sniping. They're stream sniping. Imagine. GG. GG! Good luck next. The same guy? It was the same map too. Hex, thank you so much for the games. I appreciate you hopping in. It's the same Billy. Crazy work. Crazy work. Let's go. I have 1,080 cakes on Jonah. I think it's time. Maybe I play Jonah. Stinty, thank you for the resub, resulting in a hype train.
STVNTYKUNTY started a new
Let's
hype
spin
train.
the wheel for your resub while I change my fit here, because this looks miserable. Like, were they bringing an offering for that map, or did they just happen to get that map, like, again? Floppy ears! Let me switch out these frog ears that we've been wearing. Sorry for the stream snipe. You're fine. It's alright. You can play however you want to play. GG's. Good game. I hope the Blood Moon is treating you well. And we'll hope to catch you next time. I'm going for these ears, Stunty, because they're cute as fuck. 1 second. Why is my radiator on like crazy? Hold on. That's crazy. I had a chance at that hatch, yo. That's all I'm saying. I had a good chance at that hatch, and I deserved it. Let me text my husband real quick. Cute ears. See you tomorrow. Whenever you stream again, I'll be lurking. I love you, Micah. Thank you for the games. Thank you for hanging out, Hex. Enjoyed every single bit of the games. Nah, that's cute. I love that. It was really fun. It was a really good time. You got this. You got the NASA badge. I'm on the case. I'm still on the. Did you follow? Did you have to follow for that? They have follower emotes. Bro. You have to be kidding me. Sorry, Jill. Oh shit, is there a pellet here? Nah, he gets me here. Well, GG's. Can't believe it's been here since TwitchCon. I know. I'll probably be a bigger bitch to Micah. Okay. Your affiliate this year? The dodge! How do people do it? I almost have less stand up, yo. Nah, I broke the pellets. Well, fuck me, I guess. How is this gen dead? I thought I had progress on this gen. Like, what do you mean? Glenny watching HorrorCon from his the safe environment of their bedroom. Last time you didn't get it, even when you watched for more than an hour? Oh, really? I mean, I've got it tabbed now, we'll see. Micah, the first thing you'll do when you see me is call me a bitch and make me eat Jawbreakers. You're allowed to be, bitch. It's your own fault that we're doing the Jawbreaker Roulette. You lost a bet with me twice. The Jawbreaker Roulette's on you. Oh, shit. Yee. Bro. Jeff, save me! He's not saving me. You're going to bring the green pukey? Yes! I thought Antonio was going, as I understood. Nah, we talked about it. We talked about it. We talked about it. I love how you didn't even deny me calling you a bitch. It's probably gonna happen, Sketch. Like, I'm not even worried. Well, GG. Good job, Jill. Does he have Wigglytuff? Yes! Beautiful. There's no pallet here. It's not safe. You got a busy week? No, I really don't. I have 3 days of work. But Friday morning I fly to Glasgow. Me and Locke are gonna have a super chill day on Friday. Then Saturday HorrorCon, Sunday I fly home. And I've got Tourney. The Fem World Cup, Altruism League. What are the odds that this Fang is going for the unhook? I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good odds. She went for the unhook. That's W. That's W Gaming. Can you take a measuring tape? I want the height on this man. No. I will not. He remains at liberty to decide to tell people about his height then. 4'1.5" max. It is. Loftus is like 6 foot. Glenny knows. You looking forward to HorrorCon? Yes. I'm dreading the flight, but I look forward to the con. Bro, why are we camping? Jill's gonna go second here. Fuck my life. You're not big on flying? I'm not. I'm dreading this flight. But it will be a good time there. I have to remember the reason why I'm going. That's more important than anything. Yeah, I'll be trying to get as many games in this week as I can. Tomorrow morning will be busy because I have to talk to my tax advisor. And I have some appointments for work. And then I'm probably gaming the afternoon and the evening. I'm like flying 4 hours max. You can sleep quite easily. Okay, that's good. Yeah, no, for me, I mean, this is a very short flight. Tax advice, an important thing then. I mean, just to do our taxes, but we have a very complicated situation. Being a house owner in the Netherlands. And we're not officially married. Like, not by law. Like, to us, we celebrated our wedding last September. But we're not officially married by, like, Dutch law. Yeah, nice. I'm gonna go hatch, I think. Shit, I'm on the wrong side. I deserve this, actually. Knowing governments, they have to make everything very complex? Yes. Bro, it was barbecue. Today's not my hatch day. Every game? Okay. What a way to show your skill. GG. I'm getting 3Ks every game and not getting the hatch. Okay. Thank you for the games. Very hungry, gonna eat. Alright. It's Thanatos. I recognize their name. Can't remember from where. Well, GG's. GG's. The God of Death. Nice. Cozy. Oh yeah, I was talking about my week, yeah. I was talking about my plans. So tomorrow... Yeah, so I'm working in the morning. I'm doing my tax refund thing. Tax advisor. Then gaming. Then Wednesday... I have the dog. No, I don't have the dog. I have the dog tonight, actually. Harry Potter is in this lobby. Hello. It's an honor. Yeah, Friday, like 8 a.m. Like, I have an 8 a.m. flight, like 7:45. Yeah, it's the real Harry Potter. Oh, it's in Smite? That's how you know? Yeah, Wednesday I go to the horses. If I go early, I can game pretty much all Wednesday. So that's going to be a good day for the Bloodpoint grind. I go early, like 8:30, like super early. That's good. That's good. Then I can game all day. We'll stream in the afternoon. I think I'm going to be joined by the wonderful Clove. Thursday I have to go to the office all day. Then boot camp and then an early night and packing because Glasgow on Friday. Yeah, so short week basically in that sense. Can you get the autograph? I'll ask. Demogorgon? A puppy for Sketch? How did this man get to be so lucky? Tell me. You wonder how you'll get changed? Of course. Everybody who gets their main changed wants to know. It's PTB tomorrow, no? Same with Bubba. Did we lose connection for a second? Of course that hits. Oh shit, I die. Oh, unless he does that, then I'm fine. Oh, I lost so much distance with that. Hold on, let me send back this guy back. There's no way. Both remains are getting messed with. They better not fuck them up. That's Pulp over there. You can heal me here, no issue. We're going this way? You think this is important? Okay. Hold on, it's important to my new friend Ace over here. That's friends. Oh! What do you mean that's a hit, bro? I just die. I am so annoyed. Yeah. Clocked. Love to see it. Beautiful. Beautiful. Bro. I listen to Harry Potter. He may put a curse on you if you don't. He might, honestly. M1 McGorgon. think we make this LG. I go walk the dog. Get ready. For work tomorrow, and I need to still collect some paper. Is he here? I don't think he's here. Collect some papers for my appointments. It's been a good day of grinding. It's been a good day. We've got time tomorrow. We've got time on Wednesday. Who are you working on currently? So Megan is P70. I wanted her P80 by the end of the event. I'm working on Salita. She was 36. She's 50 now. I want to get her P60. I'm working on Dwight. I think Dwight is 40 now. But yeah, Megan is the next P100 at P80. I mean P70 now, but soon to be P100. We don't need another Gigamech. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Bro, is that friends? How does he... Oh, turn back the clock? Okay. Nah, he's good. Like, they're good at this game. It's annoying, but like, they know what they're doing. I'm constantly being cut off. I just died, by the way. Because I'm stuck on a fucking barrel. GG. Yeah, I would keep going, but I need to be sensible here and call it. We're gonna call it here, gamers. Please stick around for the raid. I already know where we're going. We're gonna say hi to the organizers of the Unity in the Fog tournament that I am playing. Oh yeah, P100. Very, very good. They know exactly what they're doing. Very good, Demo Puppy. Good points. Thank you for stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. We're gonna go say hi to very. I'm playing in their tournament. In the first weekend of May. So if you all want to copy this raid message and join me in saying hi, they are streaming with the other organizers of the tournament. So let's go and say hi. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks everyone for chilling, chatting, lurking. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks everyone for the follows. Thank you for the stream streaks. Stunty, thank you so much for the resub. Ghosty, thank you for the raid. Dace, thank you for the resub. Hex, thank you for the raid. And Call Me, thank you for the raid and for the games today. I hope to see you on Wednesday. Have an amazing rest of your day. Take care, and I'll see you then. Bye, guys.